Okay, we should be live. I'm going to pull up Twitch and get everything rolling here once I'm sure it's working. Everything is slanted because that's what it's like. Just pulling up Twitch to make sure we're live and so I can be getting chat. Yeah, it looks like we're currently live. Very nice. Oh, yeah, I can pull up chat in OBS. Alright, so welcome everybody. My name is Liz Young. This is my channel, Liz Does It. I'm doing live coding, development of an R-based model for the Numerai Signals competition as part of a proposal that I had made to the Council of Elders at Numerai. Hello to Honeycomb and to anybody else who's with us today. Yeah, so in a moment I'll pull up a screen where we'll start making some notes and we can sorry, I'm just looking at OBS chat trying to figure out how it works. Seems good. So yeah, welcome to everybody. Feel free to, make comments, ask questions. I'm here, I'm listening. Let's do the quick disclaimer. So this is not investment advice. Nothing in this chat or any of my channels or even private communications I might do with you is investment advice. You should do your own due diligence, your own homework, and if you need to, you can hire appropriate advisors for yourself. However, that is not me. I am just exploring some analysis here and trying to make files that will submit to the Signals tournament, hopefully with good score and good predictive ability, but there is absolutely no promise of performance involved here. Please enjoy my cute little no investment advice logo. Okay. All right, let's change screens. Cool. All right, so we'll get Pomodoro going in just a second here when I can. Let me just check the camera, make sure that looks good. All right. So, as watchers of my stream will know, I enjoy using Nintendo Switch controllers in conjunction with the accessibility software Joy-to-Key to do my mousing and some other shortcuts. It's amazing, and I think I might do some videos on that someday. And if you have accessibility needs, they'll let you have the program for free, but even if you don't want to email them, it's only like $5. That's an incredible value for a great software. So let's start this Pomodoro timer here, as I like to do. Feel free to chat at me in the in the Twitch chat, which I have open through OBS. I also have Rocket Chat open, but it's easier for me to see Twitch chat. Okay, so what do we want to do today? So, Signals model development. So, some things I want to do include review my Yahoo scraping script, the Yahoo Finance scraping script. We want to work with the Yahoo Finance data. So last night, it takes like a couple hours to run. It's set up so that it waits just long enough to not be rate limited. And it ends up taking, I think, maybe less than 2 hours to scrape all the US equities from the live universe provided by numeri. So we want to work that Yahoo data, and within that, what we want to do is we want to load it. We want to examine it, and we want to like construct some indicators or predictors. And let's leave it at that for now. Like, I'm going to show you all. So the GitHub, github.com/completely absorbed. That's my company. /Liz does it. Completely absorbed is my LLC I use for all sorts of stuff. We'll see if it gets any specific purpose at any time. It's never made any money, but I've also never tried, and I've had it for like 7 years. Anyway, on the Liz Does It folder of my GitHub, you can see the R files from when I did the demo stream back in June. You can see the R file from last week, and we'll also add whatever we develop this week. And just about 20-30 minutes ago, I added this Yahoo Finance scrape.r script, which I was just describing. If you fill in your own data directory here, it should work. It might need minor tweaks depending what system you're on, but should work well, and it'll this directory needs to have the live universe provided by numeri, because the script works with that. And we might go over in more detail like what this script does later this session or the next. But basically it goes through, it knows the rate limit, as we can see here, and it just pulls enough data to not get rate limited, builds it into a blob, and then writes that out into this file, Yahoo Writeout. So if we end up with extra time during this streaming contract project, we will clean this up, make it easier to work with. Although, I mean, easier to read. It's already like plug and play, change one thing and it's done. Like easy stuff. So what we're gonna do is, since I don't want to make you wait and watch for 2 hours while this compiles, I ran it last night, and we're gonna load that up and start building some indicators. Okay, so we've looked at that. One indicator, just as a quick note, since this is what the Python example script for signals uses. Uses the relative strength index, which is a momentum indicator used in technical analysis. We won't read the whole article right now, but depending who's watching, if anyone has comments, and depending what I'm feeling like, maybe we'll use this, or maybe we'll use some different indicators. I kind of like the idea of throwing out a few different indicators to use for this example script, but I just want to note for anybody watching this, this is a momentum indicator, and most of the stuff that we could make with the data we have would be momentum indicators, and there's a lot of commentary from numeri and from the community that momentum is either suboptimal or like not a good bet, because a lot of it gets neutralized out when numeri is scooping out beta from your signal by neutralizing it to various factors, which those factors are not public. It would be cool if they were, but I don't know if that's a thing they can do or if they want to do. So anyway, let's open up R. So we've got R here. Have some of these files open. Oh yeah, there's the Yahoo Finance scrape. So let's start a new file. I'm going to save this one in the same format as the others. So signals, Twitch, and then the date. And by the way, just to note, everything I release on the Liz Does It GitHub as of right now is using the unlicensed, which allows other people to use it. Allows other companies to use it, for profit, not for profit, like whatever the case. It kind of removes any of the like hectic nature of untangling that stuff. I just want to put this information out into the world and not have to worry about people interpreting GPL or whatever. And I don't think that like I think this stuff is valuable, but I feel like it's better out in the world than shrouded in some sort of copyright protection, or approximation of that via GPL, etc. So I'm okay with people using this for whatever, even if you want to pull it into your company and like somehow if it's useful, cool. I'm happy for you. So what do we want to do? We want to review so we already reviewed the Yahoo Finance script. Let's mark that off. And then we want to work the Yahoo data. So we want to pull it in. We want to load it, examine it, and construct. So we'll make sections for that commented out. Load data, examine data, and construct indicators. If anybody out there has any comments or things they want to explore, or any questions about this, about the signals tournament, about R, feel free to pop that in the chat, and I'd love to engage with you. And also, I know some people may watch this later on YouTube or on a replay on Twitch, so feel free to reach out to me on Twitter at Liz Does It would be the best place to get in touch with me. But I'm also occasionally on Rocket Chat, occasionally on the Numerai forum. I'm not really checking YouTube comments much, but if that starts happening, I will. So we want to load the data. So we want to set data directory, and I'm gonna just pull that file path off screen for a second. And we know that the file name is yahoo-writeout.csv. I like to define names in pieces up front as much as possible. So we'll make a definitions section up here, so if anyone wants to run through this themselves, it'll be easier for them to just replace the definitions up top. I like that, makes easy repeatability, so we'll move any definition stuff up there. In R for Windows, you have to make sure the slashes go the right way. I've mentioned before that I want to make my own toolkit that just makes the read CSV functions, read table functions, totally agnostic of that fact. But haven't gotten to it yet. I'm busy with a lot of stuff. Life is pretty exciting right now, but That means it's also pretty busy. Okay, so the data directory, let's also say file name Yahoo Finance is Yahoo writeout.csv. And we'll execute both of those so we have those. We'll put some extra space there. We'll surely be doing some other definitions, most likely. So if we want to say, let's say price volume, because I know that's what we get is price and volume. Price volume is going to get read.csv file equals, and then we'll paste it together. I like to use an empty separator and just throw everything else in. So we'll start with data directory, and then we need a slash. I just say slash because I get mixed up in my head about whether it's a backslash or a forward slash. I think this is a forward slash because it starts from, you start from the bottom and then it goes forward, and then a backslash would start from the bottom and go back. But, you know, I mix it up, so I just say slash. You'll forgive me for it. And then, so we have data directory, slash, and then file name Yahoo Finance. And this way, oh, I misnamed it, Finane. Let's move the cursor so we can actually see what we're writing. That would be good, right? So, oh, I have an idea for how to set up chat on screen to make a little more sense with whatever lag Twitch adds to things. So, all right, let's redefine that one real quick. So we have finance and not finane. Yeah. So what's happening in this function here is price volume is gonna read the CSV of Yahoo writeout.csv, and we'll tell it that by saying the file is equal to the paste of our data directory, a slash, and then the file name Yahoo Finance with a separator of nothing. That's just quote quote. And what that allows anyone who's trying to recreate this to do is to look at this file, look up front, and say, okay, well, my data is not in the, users Liz iCloud data numeri folder. It's in the, David prediction numeri data folder. So they changed that. Whatever file name they have here, Yahoo Writeout matches my Yahoo Finance scraping script, but maybe someone adapts it a different way. This way it's easy to change, and it would be easy for someone to functionalize this. We're not going to go ahead and do that because we want to forge ahead to a goal, but coming back and cleaning this up will be pretty easy. So let's try reading that in and see how that goes. All right, so it's working. I happen to know that the file is 0.5 gigabyte, so that's pretty big. We're not sure exactly how long that will take. So let's watch it for a minute and we'll think about what else we want to look into while it's loading. Gonna move this over here. That'll work nicely. So we'll let that load. We'll take a look up here. So we're working on loading. Next we want to examine it. So let's take a peek at some of the other code I've already written. See if that covers it at all. Did a bunch of stuff here. Okay, so this is where we loaded in the historical targets. We should probably incorporate targets too into whatever our final model is. Try to have something that's somewhat robust. The more information we're working with, the better if we're being smart about it. Okay, so we've loaded that in successfully. It took us about 2 minutes. We'll put that comment on a new line. Okay, and then we want to examine that data. So we say head price volume, and we want to put some comments into our stream code here, so anyone that refers to it later has an idea of what it might look like, because that's just useful. So you Control Shift C on Windows and RStudio, and that will just comment out everything. You can see we have the X column there, which is probably useless, so we can probably get rid of that. Let's just take a look at the tail and see if that just tracks the row number. Yeah. So X column is tracking row number. Could be discarded if you want to. Like, we don't really need to right now. We're not hurting for space or anything. We just, if we're, predicting, we don't want to use that column because it's not useful. So we've seen how many rows are there. There's a little shy of 7.5 million. So it's like 7.4 million rows, approximately. Let's say so symbols. So we want to know like how many unique symbols there are. Actually, all right, so let's break this out, our examination, to start into different column types. So we'll say symbol, we'll say date, we'll say volume, we'll say pricing, which includes open, high, low, close, and adjusted. So under symbol, let's just start with how many unique symbols do we have? 2,274. Now that's going to vary by date, and that's something that's quite relevant. And it would also be interesting to compare that to the live universe provided by Signals, looking at the US equities in there. That would be, I don't know if it matches. I think we're just gonna forge ahead anyway, but you know, this is useful stuff to look at. So that's how many unique tickers we have overall. Let's say for date, we want to start with like what's the class of this? Is this automatically a date format? Does R get that right away? No. Okay. So we want to convert it to date format. So price volume date is going to get, so let's say date, we'll call it date formatted. Date formatted gets as dot date price volume date, and see how long that takes. And then we'll want to just examine it after that concludes. If there aren't any errors, we'll want to look at the top of it and make sure it looks the same. Looks like it's preserving the information that we're looking for. So I'll grab a water while that concludes. Okay, so that sound means that it's time for our first break, but we'll take a moment or so to finish examining this newly constructed date formatted variable. So 2006, 12, 19, blah, blah, blah. Okay, so that looks good. And tail, date formatted, also looks good. Most recently, August 6th. Let's say unique dates, or dates unique, gets unique date formatted. and we want to say date max gets max of dates unique. Date min gets min of dates unique. And then we want to look at what's the max date. What's the min date? What's the max minus the min? Probably won't post output, or probably won't comment output for these into here since it's going to change week by week. Date max is NA. Oh, we have some NAs in there. Date min equals NA. Okay, so I think I'm going to make a note that after our break we want to investigate the NAs. But we'll redo this with NA remove equals true. So August 6th, 2021, that fits. Today is August 9th, 2021. And the minimum date is January 31st, 2003. That's a time difference of 6,762 days, which is how many years approximately? About 18 and a half years. That's a good bit of data. I think we've got enough to work with here. So next we want to investigate date nulls. And at some point after that, I think we'll want to add the date formatted column to our data set, to our data frame. All right, so let's take a 5-minute break. And we'll be back in just 5 minutes. All right, and we're back. We'll start another Pomodoro and jump back into R. So we want to investigate like what's happening with those NA values we're getting for the date in some cases. So we'll say index date NA gets which is na price volume date let's see how long that one is. Index only 4. Okay, that's pretty short. I wonder where those NAs are coming in. Alright, some sort of arbitrary seeming. So let's look at price volume at those indices. Index date NA this one is going kind of slowly. It's a little peculiar. Should be, I would think that it should be pretty quick. Okay, but for some reason it's going very slowly. Just a bunch of NAs in those. Okay. Alright, so we'll remove those. And then we'll want to look out for NA values on other relevant columns later. So we'll keep this in mind and we might be able to reapply these patterns. So price volume is going to get price volume -1 times index date NA. And this stuff is going pretty slow. Doesn't want me to save either. That's not good. Let's see. Might have to try to find a way to cool it down. Technical difficulties. Let's look at the task manager. Might close down Brave. There is some sort of sound coming from outside. Well, Brave isn't doing that much. Okay, R is playing nicer now. Maybe I'll have to try to cool the laptop down with some sort of hacky approach in a little bit. We'll see. Okay, so we removed the date NA, and we want to construct all this stuff after that, so we'll move this up ahead of it, and then we'll run that stuff again. So since we don't want any NAs, so we've run that, which is NA. Press volume, it doesn't depend on that, like index date NA. Okay, so we'll just run this again. Okay, so while this is running, I'm going to look into helping my computer cool down a little bit. I'm going to start by quitting out of Brave. Get us a little bit. So if anyone's trying to get in touch, use the stream, the Twitch chat, please. Okay, looks like that all ran fine. So we got rid of the NA dates. So let's add date formatted. Okay, so price volume, and then we'll make a new column. Date formatted gets date formatted. Easy enough. Okay, quitting out Brave maybe has helped. Let's see if there are any remaining NA values for volume. We'll copy this logic up here. And then we'll change the word date and the column identifier date to volume. Make that an ellipses so we know to fill it in. This is beginning to look like a pattern itself that could be functionalized at some point. I mean, beginning, it like definitely looks like that. All right, let's see. Length is 3. Okay. So it looks like we might have some scattered NAs in there. Let's just go through and clean it up. You know, this is going to be a part of us examining the data, is cleaning out all these NAs. All right. Those ones are in a somewhat similar location, but still all scattered about compared to each other. EDT, ZS, and VNT. I wonder if there's anything up with those. Alright, so we'll fix those. No problem. Okay, so for pricing, maybe we should functionalize this. Yeah, I think we should. We should go ahead and just functionalize this kind of logic we put ahead, because we're going to have to do it at least 5 more times. Possibly even more with symbol. Did we do symbol already? No, we did date. Okay, so we still need to do symbol. So pricing, we'll add a thing there. So we'll say open, high, low, close, and we'll say symbol. Let's fix the formatting a little bit. Volume. Date. Symbol. So we'll add this to our symbol work down here. And again, we want to functionalize. Let's make this a bit taller so it's easier to read. We want to functionalize this this remove NA by column name. So we can make this prettier looking later. Function definition. NA remove column NA remove by column. It's going to be a function with our data set and name of column. So we'll say index NA gets which is NA dataset name column. And it would be good to have error checking cases in here, so we'll see if we need to add some of those for now, or if we're able to just rip and run for now. We'll add a note here that needs error caching and handling. Okay, so we got the index. We want to print to console how many NA rows were found for this column. So we want to say, we want to construct a message. So we'll use, my favorite trustworthy, good old trusty paste function. So we'll say found, and then length index NA space NA rows for column name column. Okay. We'll add a print flag. Which we'll just assume is true, but you can turn it off later if you want. So we'll say if print flag, then we'll construct this message and then we'll print it. And we'll make our formatting make sense. Okay. So we have our error. We need error catching handling still, but we're going to see if we can get away without it for now. We did our print flag. Let's do you want to remove them and then return the data set. So So data set is going to get redefined as data set without those NA columns. And then we'll return the updated data set. Okay. I think that makes sense. I think we might hit a spot where we need error handling if we have 0 to remove. So let's say if the length is greater than 0, then we should so we should do nothing if the length of the NA index is 0. And then we return back that data set. Okay, so NA remove by column. Let's say price volume gets NA. We'll test out how this goes. Data set equals price volume. Name column equals open. Let's see what it says. And let's do a quick peek at price volume to see if that broke it. No, that seems good. Okay. Alright, so we'll just repeat this function. Whoa. So we'll have open, high, low, close, and symbol. Let's see if any more NAs come up. None for high. None for low. None for close. None for symbol. Alright, let's do a test real quick to make sure this actually really works. So we'll store as a dummy the price volume data for high, for row 56. Oh, whoops. I pressed enter. So 56. So dummy. Let's look at that. So we'll store dummy there so we can, fix it later. But we're going to make that be NA and see if our function catches it. So let's say price volume 56 high gets NA. Okay. And now let's let's get the whole row. Oh man. We'll say price volume 2, because I don't want to have to like reinsert a whole row. That'd be weird. All right. Okay, so it does work. Great, and we can remove the price volume. Price volume 2 variable that we just tested with. Oh no. Okay. Well, guess we can't, but actually we could just make it a much smaller variable equals 1. Okay. Great. So let's see. Oh yeah, I'm not running time anymore, so I don't know when the last break I took was. Not having Brave open seems to help. But I might have to run timers on my phone. So let's see. All right, so we cleared all those out. I don't, we could look at like what's the maximum price, minimum, blah blah blah. Let's look at like at least for volume. Well, let's just do a summary call on price volume. That would be good. All right, so let's take a look at our output here. So we have these character, we have the date class, the date formatted. I'm gonna make sure we don't have any negatives among our statistics here. The maximums get pretty high for prices. It's probably like Berkshire Hathaway kind of thing. And let's paste this block into a comment so anybody running the code themselves has an idea what this is going to look like. Very cool. Okay, so in a little bit I'm gonna have to go to the bathroom. That would be a good time to do like 5-minute break. Um, and we're basically at the point where we want to like construct indicators. Maybe first we want to develop into a initial training set. Split out initial train test. And let's think about that, right? So we have how many dates? So it's like, what was it, 13 or 14 years? We'll just go back up real quick. 6,000 something, 6,762. And we want to leave room. So let's say 6762, oops, divided by 365 and a quarter is 18 and a half years. So maybe for our just kind of initial experimenting, we can do three years and 3 years. And that still leaves us 12 more years to just kind of mess around with stuff. And ideally, I'd like to do like, approaches more akin to what's in. I have the book right over here. Advances in Financial Machine Learning by Marcos Lopez de Prado. It's a bit advanced, so like we'll see if we get into that kind of stuff during these streams. But this will give us something to start with, and we can, change the bounds if we really like. But I like starting with a decent but small, about 1/3 chunk here to experiment with, and leaving the rest kind of unseen by our experimentation, so we have room to set up a more robust training and validation mechanism. All right. So I'm going to pull up a timer. We'll take a 5-minute break. And we'll come back after that. Let's do a timer. And I'll pull this over here. So we'll call this break 5. Save that. And I'll be back in 5. All right, we're back. So, the timer was not loud enough for me to hear it, so I'm going to use my phone now and set another 25 minutes. Boom. Awesome. Let us get it. So, we want to set up a period of approximately the first several years here. First 3 years, and second 3 years. So maybe even we just skip 2003 and go straight to 2004, since we don't have the full 2003. Let's see if there's a year function. So maybe Lubridate has it. We'll see year of price volume. Row 1. Date formatted. 2006. That doesn't seem right. I thought it was 2003. Oh, okay. So that's just for that symbol. It's 2003 or 2006. Okay. So we'll do train indices and test indices. And we should probably at some point in here get into like day of week and look at the documentation to see when do signals start grading, when do we get to submit, so it all makes sense. We might do that in the third or fourth stream if we get to it, but it's something to think about. But we just want to have something to work with here. So let's get index train is gonna get which price volume adjusted, or excuse me, date formatted, rather, which we're going to throw the year function on that variable and say is greater than or equal to 2004, and we're actually gonna make that another condition. Train year condition. Which train year condition? Left and train year condition right. So we'll say train year condition left gets that and train year condition right, it's less than or equal to 2006. And I want to remember if I need, sometimes instead of just saying and, you need to say and. So I'm going to bring up the console and do a quick test. So we'll say AAA gets true, 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 false, false, false. And triple B gets true, false, false, true, true, false. Triple A and triple B. Okay, cool. That makes sense. So I love the console in RStudio. It's like, you know, having calculator mode. You can just kind of test something out real quick and make sure it makes sense. So we'll say train year condition left, train year condition right, index train, train, we'll call the data set train, gets price volume, and the rows are going to be index train. We'll take a look at that and make sure it makes sense. If it makes sense, then we can let's move ahead. And we're gonna put a year between the train and the tests, just so like we can be pretty sure that there's not any bleeding data happening there. All right, let's just take a peek at the head of train. I like trains. Cool. All right, so we have that. And I like that our test set here is going to include 2008, so hopefully that will help us not have an overly optimistic view of things, but you know, it's not necessarily a safe assumption. So 2008 through 2010, and we're going to call it test instead of train in every case. Oops. Okay, so we want to define tests in this way. And then I think next we're going to want to construct do we want to construct our own target, or do we want to use the provided targets? Probably should use the provided targets, right? That makes sense. But we could also use our own. Well, the provided targets are for specific Fridays. Do those have... Are they giving us 20-day targets now? I don't know. Alright. Probably just do our own. Let us examine tests real quick. We'll do dim train and dim test just to take a look at the dimensions. Hopefully it gives us an idea in case we've made a grievous error. They're about the same. Test a little bigger, which is fine. Just trying to think about if we're going to make our own target here. If we want to bring in a target. Let's see. We got Friday date up in there. We do our own thing here. Alright, yeah, let's construct a target. We'll write these files out if we end up needing to. We end up needing to pick it up next time, but yeah. Let us see. So the target's just gonna do 20-day because we know that that's where Signals is at. So we want to think about how do we want this to be set up. So if we're looking at January 8th, no, let's say January 21st, then we'd be predicting the January 21st like return from January 1st. And so we'll have to construct those targets and then remove more NAs So, um, so train target gets repeating NA, as does test target. So we'll derive targets and then remove NA rows. And we can use the function we wrote earlier to do that. Efficiency. So train target test target. Well, wait. Will we really want to remove the NAs? Because we'll still have like days to predict. We'll just have to work around NAs as appropriate after. So probably go through each row. We'll go through each row. We'll see what the day closest to 20 days is. Oh, and we can borrow code. I think I did this on the June demo stream. All right. So let's take a look at that stream and see if we can, or that code, and if we can borrow anything useful. So we'll probably make a function called like construct target. So that'll get a function with a data set. And the is operant the right word? Operant. Let's look at that definition real quick. That is not the right word. Okay. So what do we want to construct it from? So we'll say constructor column name days return target equals 20 in case someone wants to throw another one in there. Why not, right? Okay, so let's go back to the June script, find the logic that we want to use. So I'm gonna use this. Whoa. Oh my gosh. Okay. So I'm going to take this scheme, copy it over, and make the appropriate changes. So I'm copying this, but let's read through it to get an idea of what we're going to need to modify in this. So it starts by getting what it calls symbols US, where it takes the unique symbols from signals data. We'll have to rename signals data. Gets the length of that. Starts constructing a date start index and a date end index, and then loops over those symbols. If the symbol is a NA, which we've already accounted for, should not be the case after our processing. It does nothing and prints to the console. Nah, bro. But otherwise, it will it'll make a data subset based on what the current symbol is. It'll extract the most recent date going based on length, because the date is in order. We might want to at some point change this to be max or whatever, but it should work still. I guess the last index in the dates, and then assigns date last to be the last date in that index. Sets a flag called span flag to false, and then says index first is going to get index last -1, so it starts looking at the date right before, and while span flag is false, it defines a variable span as equaling the difference between the date at index last and index first, and then it's going to notch it slowly. So like it says, in this case we were doing 4-day target, but we're going to be doing 20-day target, but you'll actually be able to change the target number as much as you like. So if the span is equal to the target, boom, the goal is met. Otherwise, if the span is less than the goal, then the index first, that's our timer. So we'll do a little bit of prep with this before taking another break, but we'll have a break soon. It'll notch index first back, so it's going to test again on the next loop through. Or if the span is greater than or equal to the amount of days of the target plus 1, then it moves the last index back 1 and then resets the index first to be 1 before index last again. So it keeps doing this thing where there's index last and then index first right before it. It checks to see if that is equal to our target span. If not, it moves index first back just a little bit and moves it again and again. And then when it's too big, it moves this one back and says, okay, start here again. Back, 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 boom. Back, 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 boom. You know, like that. But we're actually going to change this logic, I think, in the when the span is larger than our target, so that we're just going to I think we'll just do an adjustment. So we'll be like, okay, well, we're looking for 20 days, but we don't want to keep going back and back until we have exactly 20 days, because that might be misaligned in time compared to now and compared to the other, things we're measuring. So instead, what we'll do is like something like we'll say, okay, well, like we have the 23-day return, but we want the 20-day return, so we'll adjust it so that it's according to whatever measure we decide on is equivalent to a 20-day return. So I think that's what we'll change quite a bit there in this kind of section right here. And then it just builds these index vectors of date start and date end. So it's not actually constructing the target yet. And then we have the date start, date end. We build the so we'll probably build this into a couple functions. Maybe we'll build date start and date end, and then we'll build the targets. That sounds pretty good. Yeah. Okay, so that's what we'll do. We'll paste the logic I just got over here. So construct target is going to be like our master function, but we're going to have to use a support function as well of derive start end for target, which will get function dataset we'll just say this stuff for now, and we'll review as we build it out. Column name days return target equals 20, and then we'll paste this into there, and we'll start tuning that up, and then we'll build that into the construct target function to make our target. So I'll set a timer on the screen here again, but I'm going to use my phone to keep track for myself. So We'll do 5 minutes. All right, everybody, welcome back. If you're watching along on YouTube or Twitch replay or whatever, and you got Twitter, let me know. @LizDoesIt. Hope it's useful. Yeah. So we're building a helper function for a kind of macro function here to construct our 20-day target return. To start, we're building a date index data frame. So we will start here. So the function is derive start end for target with function inputs of dataset and constructor column name. So we'll say we might not actually need that, but okay, so we need to change signals data to data set. Get data symbols, his symbols US, okay. So we'll change this to data set. And it does. Oh, I gotta change all these symbol data to data set. Looks like the boundaries have shifted slightly, which is kind of annoying, but we will deal with it. Okay. Data set, date, symbol data. And before the break, oh, that reminds me, let me set another timer for 25 minutes. Probably take a 10-minute break after this next one. So we're just going through and seeing symbol data that we have to change, and we'll make some other changes. Okay, so those have been made. We want to now do days return target, and then we'll change some of that logic in that else tree. So that we can have a as recent as possible adjusted target. And maybe later we'll dive deeper and find that we need to adjust something by a couple days here or there or whatever, based on how the submission schedule compares to the scoring schedule. Okay, so if it equals day return target, if it's less than days return target, or if it's, we'll say instead of greater than or equal to that plus 1, we'll say just greater than target. And then we'll adjust that logic in a moment, but we want to do a test first to make sure that the days behave as expected. Okay, so let's say test. Oh, where did that go? Okay, nowhere, I guess. So we'll say day 1 gets train date formatted 1, and day 2 gets date formatted 11. Day 1. It doesn't seem correct. Alright, let's specify that slightly differently. So we'll say that. And day 2, we'll index into it this way. Day 1, day 2. Really? 2005. Let's look at train row 11. Train row 1. Okay, we'll redefine day 2 as row 6. 1227, 1218. Okay, so day 2 minus day 1. It gives us a character answer, but it may still work with logical comparisons to numerics. So we'll say day 2 minus day 1, does it equal 8? Yes. We'll say, does it equal 7? No. We'll say, is it greater than or equal to 7? Yes. We'll say, is it less than 7? No. It'll say, is it less than 9? Yes. Okay, so this works as expected, which is great. We're definitely happy about that. And then we can get into adjusting our logic up here. So the logic we want to adjust is when it's, let me move this off to the side, when it's greater than our target. We will also stop. The goal is met. And then we'll have to do the basis adjustment in our construct target function. So we'll have to do something like make a days length column and then have a formula that makes our adjustments. So if it's 20 days, it stays where it's supposed to, stays there. If it's more, it adjusts it equivalent to a 20-day return. Okay, so when the goal is met, we stop by saying span flag equals true. I like this logic a lot better. So we go through there. We have date start index, date end index, which we've done. We've looped over symbols. And this is constructing a target. Will this just do the most recent day? Yeah. This will just do the most recent day, so we'll have to take that into account as well. So we kind of want to like start with the data set, submit it, and then remove most recent date, and remove the most recent date, remove the most recent date, and continue ad nauseum. Okay. So we want to return a data frame with symbols US, day start, days end. But could we do start end? No, okay, so it's just a start end for target. This just works for the most recent day. For each symbol. Maybe we should pass in the day. If we pass in the day, then we can loop over the unique days, and we don't have to do weird degradation of a data set. Seems like a good idea. So constructor column name is not really the thing we end up using, but we do want to do the last date. I'm getting a little lost in it. So let's build our return data frame. If I do decompose, yeah, I'll probably just have to decompose it. All right, I have to degrade it. Sucks, but all right. So we want to make a data frame, symbols US. Symbols US. Date start index. Date end index. And we want to say names, df return, gets symbols, date start, index, oops. Date, end, index. And then we want to return that data frame. We'll remove this. We'll compile that function, and then now that we have the helper function, which is pretty complicated, we'll work on the target function. So I might still need another so it goes in by that date, gets the start and end for that, and we can use those to get a return. So we should probably have a calculate return function that takes a start date and end date, a basis length, and the prices. Yeah, okay. Let's say as dot numeric day 2 minus day 1. What happens if we add them? Is it like, yeah, doesn't make sense. Of course. Good. That makes it makes sense that it doesn't make sense. Okay, so we'll make another helper function of calculate return, which is a function that gets date start, date end, value start, value end, basis length assumed to be 20, logarithmic flag equals false. So I understood the logarithmic in there. Nah, we're just gonna skip the logarithmic for now. That'll make this easier. This is pretty complicated already. Okay. So, calculate return. We have the basis length, the date start, date end. Say length between dates is going to get numeric date end minus date start. Did I add a Lubridate library call at the top? Let's see. Whoops. Okay, so we have that. That's good. We need that. So length between dates is going to get and you know what? I'm going to hide this and make it more readable for now. So the length between dates gets date end minus date start. The return is going to be the end price divided by the start price minus 1. So we'll define also return raw as value end divided by value start. And how do we change the basis length? How do we adjust basis length for returns? let's open up a Google Sheet just to, well, let's actually just do it in a calculator. So let's make a note first in case we get kind of lost. Okay, so adjust return to basis length as appropriate. I think it's gonna involve working with powers a little bit and some inverse powers, some root work. But let's say, for example, our daily return is 0.1%. So let's say then that, that means our yearly is going to get 1 plus daily to the 365, and yearly is yearly gets that minus 1. So to go from daily to yearly, we add 1, raise to 365, subtract 1. But that's pretty clean. So what if we have 27ly? So we'll say every 27 days, which is going to get 1 plus daily to the 27th minus 1. 27ly is that amount. How do we go from 27ly to 365ly? So that's the timer. I'll keep working on this for a bit and find a good place to take a break. So how do we go from 27 to 365? Well, we have chunks of 27 into 365. So let's see what 1 plus 27ly to the, and then we'll make a factor of 365 divided by 27 minus 1. And if this is right, then it should give us our 0.4402. Yeah. Okay. Cool. So we have the target, the factor in the powers target has a numerator of our basis and the denominator of our raw length. Okay. So we'll say power factor is going to get basis length divided by length between dates, and so our return adjusted is going to be equal to 1 plus return raw to the power factor minus 1. return the adjusted return. Cool. Cool. We'll have to take a look at the values that this stuff spits out as we get there. Kind of make sure it makes sense. So let's think a little about where we want to go with construct target. And then we'll take a 10-minute break. So let's construct target, and then we gotta evaluate stuff, so we'll probably be doing some debugging. We want to have our data set, and derive start end for target works with the most recent date for each symbol. And we want to maybe we say for unique, like we make a unique dates thing, and then we make a subset over each date. Where the data set is equal to all rows with date less than or equal to that date. And then we derive the targets and we add it. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Okay, so we want to derive unique dates. Probably want to sort them too, right? Unique train date formatted. And then we want to sort it. So we'll derive the unique dates. We'll sort the unique dates. We'll loop over sorted unique dates backwards. subsetting data less than equal to index state. And within there, we'll derive start and we'll calculate return and we want to build it in a way that makes sense. Build. So let's think about that for a minute. So we have it for that date. So we'll be building we'll call it df target to be returned later. That seems good enough to build off of. So let's pull up a timer for 10 minutes. All right, we're back. So my alarms don't make any sound on my computer, which is not optimal, but probably due to some setting I set a while ago. Let's start another 25-minute timer and get into it. So I'm thinking it'd be good too if when we call the construct target function, we have a parameter to pass called something like target name. So, if we want, we can make like 20 day, 30 day, 40 day, 50 day, 180 day column. I think that would be useful. So we're going to add that too. So we'll say target column name. And we're going to start, like, when we start testing these, we'll see if they conclude quickly or not, but if they're not quick, I might just run them off stream afterwards, because they will probably take a while, and I might need to do some adjustment. So we have calculate return, construct target, so we want to derive unique dates. Let's say date column name equals date formatted. So date unique gets unique data set column date column name. And dates unique sorted gets sort dates unique. Let's check out reverse. Make sure it functions like I remember. So we'll say for date sub in reverse dates unique sorted. We want to subsetting the data be less than or equal to index date. Data set sub gets data set date sub index, and we'll define date sub index as well. date sub index gets which data set date column name are less than or equal to date sub. Okay, makes sense. And now we have data set sub. We want to derive start end. So I'm going to say df start end sub gets derive start end for target. Dataset equals dataset sub. Days return target equals days. Return target. I should use a different name for that. Days return. We'll just call it days return instead. And then we want to calculate the return. For each of those. So we'll say return to sub equals, maybe we should make another helper function that abstractifies calculate return. We could just loop through it row by row. It'd be better to have a vector-based calculation here. Those can get tricky. So we'll say height of df sub is going to be dim df start and sub 1. Maybe someone can vectorize this later, make it a lot faster. That would be good. Let's say for index row in sequence height df sub. So I'll give us 1 through the height, and we'll go row by row. Gonna say return sub gets vector that we will build through this, and then we can say return sub gets build return sub return row, and we'll define return row. Return row gets calculate return. This length equals d's return sub gets df start and sub row index row date start equals row sub and let's just refresh on what those are called. Date start index, date end index. we just have to get the value start and value end. And my cat is demanding attention. That's helpful. So value start is going to get, so we're going to use our constructor column name, I think. Oh, hello, Polly. Please don't knock things over. So we'll use our constructor column name. We'll use our data set. So value start is getting already subsetted stuff, so we have dataset sub, dataset sub, constructor column name, and date start index. Alright, so it's getting a little confusing. We need a sip of water and try to make sure we're indexing into the proper things. Okay, the cat wants attention. Okay, polynomial. Hi, Polly. Okay, so date start index was derived using dataset sub, and we're looking into dataset sub, so that seems good. Yeah, I feel good about that. Hey, no, Polly. He's a wonderful cat. Very wonderful boy. And then we'll use date end index here. And then up here, instead of date start index, we want the date column name, and then we'll change all of these, so there's less indexing happening, less recursive indexing happening, and it's just, through instantiation instead. So we'll call this date starting, date starting gets, and we'll say date ending, and we'll say value starting, and we'll say value ending. Date ending. This way the code is just so much more readable. Makes for some like more lines of code, but honestly when you have fairly sparse writing style, I don't think it makes much of a difference. Yeah, this just like makes other people reading through it have an easier time. Whoops. And you should, when you're writing code, always be thinking about like, would you want to inherit this code? Because like in a way, like if you want to improve upon it, then you will. But like eventually someone else is going to get it, so you might as well set yourself up for success at least. Okay, this is making more sense now, and it's looking better. Isn't that better than having like 5 recursive functions up here like that? That's so gross. It's a lot easier to do it this way. So fix up our formatting a little bit, and then we think about, okay, so return sub is our vector. We're building. No, Polly. Come here, baby. Okay. I was talking to my cat. In case you weren't paying attention. Alright, so we want to be building our data frame target. So we're building return sub there. Return sub gets incrementally built inside that for loop, and then maybe we do an R bind. And I think we can do an R bind to build our DF target. Let's see. How do we do iterative R bind build from scratch? Just want to make sure we don't mess that up. Okay, that's a timer. Again, I'll try to find a good stopping point before a break, and then we'll continue trucking with this. It's going pretty well, I'd say. So we have return sub building. So we want to say new data frame. We want to add what is each return row representing here. That's representing a row in df start and sub. And okay, so that's gonna be, do we want to write it for the starting target or the ending target? I'm not sure. Yeah, if anybody's watching, hello. Yeah, hello to Academy Impossible, Prof. J. Taylor. Yeah, shout out to Arbitrage and Sad Girl as well. Just kind of thinking through what I'm trying to do here. So we have df sub or dataset sub, and then df start end sub, which has symbol and starting and ending indices. And okay, so then our rows are over that, so we should probably do the starting and ending dates. We should build those as vectors. We can include both then with the return that we're constructing here. So we'll say date starting sub is a vector that we build. Date end, we'll say date start sub is a vector that we build. And we'll build our vectors over here. So date start sub gets date start sub and date starting. And we'll do the same for the date ending vector that we're building. I'd like the look of this better with a space between those lines. So we'll do that. Okay, so we have return, date start, date end. And we also have the indices. So let's do a symbol vector. Symbol sub is a vector we build. say symbol sub gets the symbol sub and row sub symbol. Let's just make sure that the name is symbol and not symbols real quick from starting ending function. So we'll expand that. Look towards the end where we name everything, and it is in fact symbols. Glad I checked. Save myself some time later. Yeah. I might try streaming, like not even just streaming, but programming, just recording myself to myself sometime. Because talking this stuff out loud helps. I feel like I'm a lot more efficient than I normally am. Like this is a good way to tap into like high coding efficiency for me. High efficiency coding, that is. So let me just check this. So let's change it before we forget. Symbols. Now, do we have enough for a data frame that we want to start building? We have return sub, date start sub, date end sub, symbol sub. So symbol, date start, date end, return. I think that's good. Yeah, we should make a vector of that, and we can build it with rbind. Now let's think about where do we want to define that df target. So we'll say df target target df. Oh, I keep doing it. df target sub gets data frame symbol sub date start sub date end sub return sub, and then names. You could do this at the bottom too, but I think it's fine to do it here too. Names of df target sub gets let's see, symbol date start date end. Oh, I've just been like going here. I should find a breaking point soon, but I'm still like into it. And then what was the variable name we decided upon specifying? Target column name. We'll call it that. Target column name. And we'll say df target gets rbind df target sub, and then we'll do a little experimenting in the calculator mode to just kind of confirm the functionality of that pattern. I mean, I know it works because I do it all the time, but I want to make sure I'm doing it in a way that makes sense, and I'm not just like trying to build on something that is constructed erroneously to start. So let's say, let's call it Bill, and let's say Bill's a data frame. Wait, I have an idea. Okay. So, where do we define... Yeah. Okay. Alright, so I have kind of a plan for this. And I will take a break before 1 o'clock. Definitely. So... Alright, where am I constructing it? Here are the names. Symbol, date, start, date, end. Symbol sub, blah, 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 da, da, da. Okay. So we'll say this for df target. Loops are getting big, so we want to make sure we're building it in a way that makes sense. Okay. We want to instantiate an empty vectors and an empty data frame for building. Whoops. So we'll test it by defining target column name. Bill. And then we need to kind of do an example. Let's look at head, df target, symbol, date, start, date, and bill. Okay. I think this is gonna work. I kind of want to just be extra sure though. So let's do targets 1 through 5. We'll say symbol sub gets AAA. Date start sub gets AAA plus 10. Date end sub gets AAA divided by 2. And return sub gets AAA times 9. So we'll do that. We'll do that. We'll do that. Look at DF target. Boom. Let's bind it again and see if it works. Yeah. Awesome. Okay, so that works. Excellent. So DF target is getting built, and then we just kind of want to return DF target. So I think what we'll do is try to get this running. What a beast. Alright, we'll collapse this function. We'll find something to run to start testing it. I'll take a short break. And we'll try to use that to gauge if it's a fast function or not. So we want to derive the targets. So we want to say, let's call it train 20. And we'll say train 20 gets construct target data set equals train date column name equals date formatted, and we'll double check before we start running that. Constructor column name equals adjusted. We'll use the adjusted price. Days return equals 20. Target column name equals target 20D for 20 days. So let's pop up the console, and I will take a break very soon. And then when I'm done the stream at 1:30, I have a dentist appointment to go to. So hooray for me. Yeah, let's just look at the head of train real quick to make sure we got that variable name right. Date. Oh, oops. Date formatted. Okay. Looks good. And let's start running this, and I'll set up for a little break. Could not find function construct target. Okay. Oh yeah, I think we don't need these lines. So let's run all our functions. Let's compile rather all of our functions. And then we'll run this. Object signals data not found. Okay, we'll look into it when I get back from my break. I need a break, so I'm gonna take one. I'm gonna set it for 5 minutes, and I'll be back. Okay, welcome back. We're on the final stretch now. Um, since I started at 9:30 Mountain Time, and these streams are 4 hours, I will be calling it quits at 1:30 Mountain Time in 28 minutes. Don't think I'll use a timer during that time. I think I'll just run it out and, you know, try to get this function to start pumping and maybe explore some thoughts about what we want to do next time. I think this has gone really, really well. I'm really happy with the results from this session so far. So let's see how it finishes out. Okay, so we tried to run it and we ran into the issue of derive start end for target has an object signals data not found. So let's look into that. See if we can just find it or if we need to search it up. So there we go. So signals data should be data set there. My cat is talking to me. His name is Polly, aka Polynomial. He's a very good boy, but also very needy. We recently got a snake, so he's really, calling out his need for attention. And I think he likes my bracelet, so he wants to try to play with it, but I am busy programming, so I'm going to do that. Let's collapse the function. We'll run it again. Gotta be careful with my cat. That boy likes to nibble, and I don't like it so much. Okay. Non-numeric argument to binary operator. Dataset date, index last. Maybe date formatted, so let's do a trace back. So far none of this stuff is like unexpected. We made some really complicated functions. So there's almost sure to be evaluation and debugging to be done. Okay, so we're again looking in derive start end for target inside of construct target dataset date index last minus dataset date index first. Non-numeric argument binary operator. So we're gonna look inside derive start end again. And then look for derive start index last minus index first dataset date. Maybe, okay, I know, I think. Wait. Okay, so data set goes in there. What about date? Date formatted? Kind of an ugly fix. See if I can do something better. So who calls derive start end for target? That's construct target. So derive start end for target. We'll say we're going to add date column name. So it's just totally explicit. We'll call it date call name equals date column name. And we'll say date call name. Its default is date formatted. And then we will make sure it's date call name instead of date column name. And then we want to index into that for our column of date instead of doing $date. So this part is kind of weird. I don't know if this is right. Index last, date length. So so we want to get date last, so it's like each symbol. So we're going by symbol. First days equals symbol. Blah blah blah. Date length. Date call name. Date length. Okay, I think that still works. And span. And it looks like this should be a subset. Maybe. Symbol data is data set. That should be symbol data. Symbol data. This should also be symbol data. So should this... Oof. Okay. 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 Wait, though. Jeez. Alright, this is tricky. So... let's go back over here just to get an idea from the old ones. So we had symbol data, signals data, symbol data, symbol data, symbol data, symbol data. Okay, that seems okay. Alright, so we might still have crazy problems, but we'll see. If span is equal days return target, arguments of length 0. So we'll do a trace back. Debugging is so much fun. So we'll throw in some error checking nonsense here. How many things do we want to print? We want to print symbol data, index last, symbol data, index first, index last, index first. Four things, so 8 of these should be enough. 1, 2, 3, or 9. Sure. Alright, so let's do some dirty debugging. Put it after so we can also examine span. Okay, so this should give us some sort of clue. Things are starting to happen here. Let's just go back up to our debugging code. So we have a case where index first becomes 0. Okay, so that's something we just need to control for. Let's take a look at the console output to see how much sense it's making. Okay, so we need to prevent index first from being less than 1. I'm confident we can just delete that. So we gotta look where index first is and say if index first is less than 1, then index first gets assigned 1. And we need to look where we decrement index first to also ensure this fact. And I think we need to set span flag equals true if we end up in that catching scenario. And we'll have to do some data keeping later in this process to account for the issues that are inherent to that. Alright, it's going through. I imagine that we'll run into an issue when index last is equal to 1. But it might just give us a weird answer. But I think this is working pretty well. So error in numeric date end minus date start. Did I say numeric instead of as numeric? Yeah, I should have said as numeric. So we'll run this again. And I think what my task is going to be either next time or before next time, depending how much debugging there is. I'll do some debugging off stream for sure and try to get this together to the point that it functions coherently. And then we can start using this and constructing some indicators to make our signals example script. Or, approximation thereof. It kind of depends on how well the RNumeri API functions at the time. So we're just kind of sitting watching to see if anything happens with this construct target function call. Taking a breather and drinking some water, getting mentally prepared to go to the dentist. But yeah, I just want to remind everyone this is not financial advice. Feel free to use this code however it suits your purposes, but this is not me offering expertise on what to do for yourself financially or investment wise. This is a fun hobby for me, and I hope that through these streaming sessions I'm able to help people out. Not sure if anyone's listening right now, but something I'm interested in doing in the future after I've finished these streaming sessions from the Council of Elders contract, which I have 2 more of these to do. I should be doing another one this coming Monday and one the week after. But I was thinking that after that, I might start doing a 2-hour stream couple times a week maybe, and I was thinking about calling it a special interest study hall, in which I just focus on whatever I've planned for that day or whatever I feel like, and I can chat with other people, but kind of zeroes in on the autistic idea of a special interest, and plays into the podcast I want to develop called Liz Does It, where I review how I have gone through projects from the beginning thinking stages to planning to enacting and reflecting on it, and I want to improve my ability to do projects. But I think of the special interest study hall as a kind of thing where like people can come and they can watch and interact if they like what I'm doing, or they can just do what's called parallel play, where you're just kind of hanging out listening. Maybe you're studying, doing your own thing, playing the game. Maybe you dip in and out of the chat, or maybe you don't. I'm kind of figuring it all out and figuring out what feels good to me with that. I like Twitch. I'm backing off social media a lot, so I'm not on the Rocket Chat very much. I'm not on the forum very much, except when I'm streaming. And even then, I've closed it in this case because it helps my stream operate better. And Twitter is a good place to get in touch with me at Liz Does It, LizDoesDoit. You can probably DM me there. I think that works, but maybe tag me or something. I'm not exactly sure how it works. We might be trying to do like a demo video of the files created here. There's a GitHub where I publish the code that I write for this. I'll probably wait a little bit until I've hammered out some debug um, on this one, but uh, I do anticipate updating sometime, ideally before my next stream. Um, there's also a Google Drive where I share some of the notes. That's not so interesting, I think, but I'd love to hear if this was useful for people. Any thoughts you have on what other kind of R content or other stuff that is in my areas of expertise that you might like to see me cover. Um, I hope everyone has a great week. I know that in October, um, the Numerai conference is coming up, and I don't think I'll be able to make it, unfortunately. It's at a time when classes are in full swing for my partner and I'm also trying to do some training and work, and financially I am completely strapped for cash right now. So I probably won't get to see people at that time, but I'm hoping next year, I'll be able to make it out and hang out with everybody. I should be on Daily Scores and Chill later this week. Um, and that's 4 hours. So that's it, everybody. I hope you have a great week, and, reach out on Twitter if you want to get in touch. Have a good one.